Ooh. Is this alkaline? Peace. So I'll do the each one teach one real quick. Post this. Post this on our other pages. Uh, West Coast Wise, YSU, SW, Dominic Pecan, Reality, Universal 7, Wordsmith 793rd. The We Don't Teach That series. Universal 7 said I stand firm on the square of truth every day in every which way. So yeah, today the we have here election time in the seasons of lives. You know, election time in the season of lives. That's what today's civilization class is for. Yeah, some people, you know, uh, even what y'all speaking on right now, Mr. 120, what y'all speaking on right now, sometimes that's the signs, you know, when you go to somebody else's house, and they got a certain signs that they deal with, you know what I'm saying? They got certain signs that they deal with, and you don't like that science, stay out their house. See, if you go to their house, man, and you start talking or dealing with things they don't want to deal with, now that's out of season. You got, you understand what I'm saying? That's something that's out of season. to see one thing, man, for the true and living. See, lies is never in season for the true and living. See, truth might be out of season, but lies will never be in season. See, before you see some things that's just not public information. But see, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I'm gonna just tell you it's not public information. You know, well, that's my business, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? But you know, this is something where when we deal with right lying is establishment. You know what I'm saying? But this is something right now where, in particular, as it pertains to this election time, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times what we deal with is, you know, we just, what we teach and everything. This is what we teach. You understand what I'm saying? But there's some things that we deal with that's for the total population of the people. You know what I mean? So when you go into the 1 in 36 and say a little over 17 million, you understand what I'm saying? You're talking about all the people. You know what I'm saying? So the election time and the things that would be the benefits or the things that would become liabilities, the policies that would become liabilities to us as original people, it affects all of us. You know, it affects the Caucasian people too. But I'm saying in specific, uh, you know, the way these things apply to us, because the last couple of days, I think, uh, has illustrated, the last couple of days has illustrated that this thing is a farce. Like this thing is a game. This thing is a distraction. The campaign actually is a part of the cognitive dissonance that brothers was dealing with. Broke that. Who brought that up in the room yesterday about cognitive? I think that was Real Hip Hop. Ramon Williams. Universal said it's also a leap year, 366 days. So, which the election generally happens in a leap year. So perhaps that's Jack King. Perhaps that's not just a simple coincidence. But when you see the things that's going on right now, this is why I say clearly, the way to engage in this type of politics is, from the ground up. And not just, they making you think that this is the grassroots right here when we go in here and we vote. But in reality, you got to go from the level of education. See, whatever, the for instance, if you watch Sesame Street or whatever electric company, when you was a kid, you always saw where it said the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Mellon Foundation, the Ford Foundation. You understand what I'm saying? These are people that they plan the future through how they deal with education and the things and the things that they introduce the children to in the way that they introduce it to them. You know what I'm saying? Right. The school system is, the school system doesn't really teach you anything that's going to benefit you. All the things that they teach you in school is basically going to benefit corporate America. You know what I'm saying? Like you knowing how to, read, write. They need you to do this so you can, fill out whatever work order, or so you can type whatever papers. Yes, I mean they're gonna show you shop class and things of that nature, but they're not really gonna teach you the things that help you to interface with the society. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not gonna teach you, uh, how to see through all this propaganda of the campaigns when it's time to elect somebody. The type of critical thinking that it would take for you to do that, they're not going to teach you that. You understand what I'm saying? Anything about yourself, you know what I'm saying, especially us as the original people, nah, they're not going to teach you that. You know what I'm saying? uh how to deal with city hall. None of these things is the stuff that they teach you, and it basically is because of what I just said. Is that corporate America, pretty much we can see right now they control the government. Like this thing has come down to a battle of rich people and corporations. Which side of the news business can get out the most bad news about the other guy. You know what I'm saying? And then you get this side, we on this side, so we're gonna try to block that story. You know what I'm saying? And then if this side come out with a story on this side, they're gonna try to block that story. And then you just in the middle without the ability to really critically think and see that, this is a farce, man. This is like some of the stuff I saw in the news, man. I was like, yo, said this can't be real, man. Did you see? Did you see what the dude? The dude, he was one of the people. He was one of the many people that they pretty much started their careers, like they made it into the big time off of OJ. Yeah, a couple of people that made it into the big time covering. OJ made stars out of people in the news. Universal 7 said Andre Agassi started a school on the west side of Las Vegas, which is the ghetto. He wanted to give back to the community that taught him how to play tennis. The Rushmore said news is scripted like reality TV. Reality said they're not going to give us any tools to add on with. Yakub only knows how to subtract and divide. The CNN dude. So yeah, you must have seen it. Yeah, guy, when I see that, I was like, listen, man. Okay. Like this is really on the news, man. Universal 7, so all these celebrities like Shaq and Alicia Keys, etc., came and donated to the school. West Coast Wise said that reminds me of the people who try to claim the 5 to get noticed. Universal 7 said they didn't teach us shit, but put us in a parade to march and chant. Right? 793rd, all these TMZ type people, a lot of people, and some people was legal experts or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But what Universal 7 was saying here about Andre Agassi starting the school, you know what I'm saying? you know, that's that's something, and you said Shaq and Alicia Keys and all of them, that's good. But it's gotta be uh, that's gotta be expanded out. Like it's starting to be a lot of people. I seen Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose got a school because that's one of the first things they do. You know, they don't quite word it like that. But one of the first things they do when they touch down in a place is they educate the people. You know what I'm saying? They take all the kids and say, look, you gotta send them to school. Wait, what school is this you talking about? Oh, this was you saying this was a while ago Andre Agassi started the school. Oh, I thought you were saying he just started it. Oh, so you were saying that this was really they showed us off, like look at these black poor kids we helping. Right, yeah, you don't want to get caught up in that tokenism, you know. You definitely don't want to get because you know what ends up happening is you end up with a situation, and you know it probably was one of those situations where he just put his name on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong, he probably put the money, but I'm saying in terms of uh, you know, right, he took his name off because it went haywire. That's what I'm saying. I could tell the son that yeah, he invested money and they used his name to share their dirty religion. You know what I mean? In essence, they doing the same thing that they doing in the other school or worse. You know what I'm saying? But the Oprah school, nobody's sure what's going on in the. You talking about in Africa, right? That's peace from Miles Williams. You talking about the ones in Africa? The schools? Oh yeah, I heard about that. That it was some type of molesting going on at her schools or something. But I didn't hear anything else about it. You know, I'm not sure what's going on with those schools. That's a very it's very that's for me the jury is out. I haven't really done the knowledge. One thing is, you know, people need school, need education in Chicago too. Like, that was always my thing that I wondered about it. Like, yo, Chicago is, you know, definitely a place where, if you wanted to impact education, you know what I'm saying? But one thing she always said, I heard her say before that The reason she didn't build a school in America is because whenever she goes to a school to talk in America, that the kids always ask her for iPods and Jordans. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, look, you don't say that to those white women that you give away cars to. When you go somewhere, our audience is mostly white women. Everybody in the audience gets a brand new car. When you don't refuse the money from these corporations that pay for your show, that buy commercials on your show, you don't say, well, look, I don't want you to do that because then the kids might get a materialistic, uh, type of attitude towards the world. You don't say that then. When you advertising that you're a billionaire and all of these things that you do, right? You're not saying that thing. So I always thought that was a funny response to people asking her why she didn't build a school in America. But what is it that she's doing? Because one thing I heard about it, and like I said, I haven't really researched it, but that those girls never go back. Like once those girls go to her school, they never go back. You know what I'm saying? And that like where her school is, even that people they're not even allowed in that part of the country no more. But it does seem, it is one of those things where it's like, all right, where's the you know, where's the success stories that should be coming out of there by now. 793rd said anyone in the Cleveland area know about the school. Crazy Bone said he bought his old school property to turn it into a community center, an educational hub for the kids in that area. Nah, I didn't hear about it. That's Debbie, right? She could have gave you the shoes. I don't know. I don't hey, reality, right? Obama's another person where you would, and because he said he was a community organizer, right? In Chicago. What community, what I'm saying? What, it would seem, even after he's left office, what I'm saying, one might think, if he was sincere that he would have advocated, for something to, just improve the conditions out there, you know, uh, relieve some of the trauma that the people over there is growing up in that drive everywhere in America, but I'm saying it specifically, you from Chicago, what I'm saying, it's this trauma that everybody is growing up to that's driving the violence. What I'm saying? Once you grow up in that situation and then, this becomes a part of your way of life. SW crazy, man. Jack King said, did we hear what happened to the original man that the main character of Hotel Rwanda was based on? Nah, I didn't hear it. What happened? True 120 said Oprah, Ludacris, Obama's, and many more are part of the Boule Greek BS that many rich black folks assimilate to, basically 10%ers in blackface. I mean, I don't, have too much knowledge about Ludacris in particular, but I could agree with you with the others. They trying to get they try what's her name? Who was Obama's wife's name? They try to get her to run for president. Well, they talking about getting her to run for president. Alkim Salam. Alkim Salam. SW said, yeah, hallelujah. Yeah, Ludacris. I mean, he probably might be a part of a fraternity from college, probably. I can see that. Yeah, Michelle Obama. The Bacchus Beats. Yeah, they trying to get Michelle by running Michelle, but that's what I'm saying. All of that is a part of this farce. That's like, listen, man, education and intelligence, the the valuing of it has to increase. How much is valued, how much is pushed in exalted in our community. You know what I'm saying? Because there is certain people that got kind of a culture of ignorance. All right, Divine Our Master. That's Reeves said, that's Shorties. We moved from the Woodlawn area, Gyro City in '85, and left our little cousin in the hood to fend for himself. He's now a gang chief, 5-star general, you know, and that's it may not be looked at that right now. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it takes a lot of trauma to get that high in that world. You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot of trauma, man, mentally and physically. You know what I'm saying? The type of cost you gotta be, the type of cost you gotta pay to be that type of boss, you know, starts out starts out young, man, and keeps increasing, man. You know what I'm saying? If nobody don't get you out of there, or at least kind of be there to guide you through it. See Medina is Chicago. Jack King said he got snatched up a few weeks ago by their controlling group while he was in Dubai. I haven't checked if he has been released or not. Who he who snatched him up? You mean the other side? That's something that's been going on recently too. I don't know if that's a level of the news that different individuals like China just sent some type of letter or something to America saying, look, y'all got somebody locked up over there. And if y'all don't let them out, we're gonna start locking cats up that's over here from America. 793rd said all original folk that go to college and university are not rich nor 10%. Drew 120 said Ludacris is part of the Boulay. 50 Cent had a school? I did not know about that. I would be impressed if I found out that that was true. By saying, live praise from the positive Providence Plantations. Yeah, I don't know about, like I said, I don't know that much about Ludacris 793rd. You know, I just like his music. Just like, and that's the same thing what I'm saying about politics, man. I don't really have no, uh, party that I like, this guy, that guy, man. You know what I'm saying? I just like certain policies you might have, you know what I'm saying? We could work on that, or, I appreciate, your, your viewpoint on that. But in terms of, I'm just gonna vote for you every time you throw your hat in the ring. You can't look at this thing like that. Like I said, man, you know, they refer to it as the business of politics. Jarrell Boylan, the wordsmith, said Hollywood writers are not even that creative. Almost every movie and every show is watered down with overused and played out ideas. I'm saying all the good writers is working for the news right now. all all the really creative dudes they work at the news right now. So it's where the big money is, Wordsmith. Divine Truthful. Jack King said, yes, the article mentioned that Dubai had to have helped them. Yeah, hey, that's crazy though. I mean, that was you think it was related to the movie? Like, did they say anything that it might be related to? That movie was a while ago. You gotta be older by now. Right, Lamar Williams, yeah, certain people that you share common cause with, you know what I'm saying, in the politics, but that's one thing that happened is that, the Democrats got this coalition built, right? Where, especially for black people, we supposed to just always be a part of this coalition. Whether or not the coalition is moved in a direction that's not beneficial for us. You understand what I'm saying? That's one of the ideas that's out there right now. That's one of the what they call the intersectionality. So where all forms of oppression is supposed to intersect, at some point, right? And so, uh, uh, you know, even if these people over here hold a point of view that you disagree with, you know what I'm saying? Or even if the solution that they're proposing or whatever is their problem is, going to be, a liability for you, you still supposed to remain a part of this coalition. You understand what I'm saying? And so, uh, in that way, like I said, we've been pushed to the back of the line of that coalition. Yeah, you're right about that, Wordsmith. That's one thing I don't like. You know, uh, like that's one reason I haven't gone to see a lot of these like the comic book movies because I don't like the whole love interest part. I just want to see I just want to see the person do superhero stuff. I want to see them fight. You know what I'm saying? I want to see them fight head to head with the villain. You know what I'm saying? But I don't like all this love interest stuff. And then what happens at some point in the movie? Uh, at some point in the movie, the superhero has to be saved by his girlfriend. Come on, how are you Superman? Like it ruins it for me. I don't know what it is. You know, but this being a Hotep channel, I guess that's just how it is. So yeah, they never said why the guy got why. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. when I look at my when I look at my little news app, I'm gonna Google that story because there's a lot going on over there. You know what I'm saying? Like with every other distraction that's occurring, you know what I'm saying? At some point we gotta look at that. Like if we know that all of this right here is cognitive dissonance, right? Then what are they distracting us from? Oh, wordsmith. That's a gunshot right there. Did everybody see? Hold on. I gotta put this up on the screen right here. Hold on. Hold on, man. Stop everything for a minute. Mr. Spock, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this, Mr. Spock? This right here, you just stopped the whole show. Hold on. The wordsman said they recruited a guy from Friday to act on the news. Oh man, well, I guess class over. Oh man. Yeah, that was a gunshot right there, man. Okay, wordsmith, but wait though. Is he a villain or a hero? Is he a villain or the hero? Yeah, I wish Mr. Green would come right now and bring me some more water. I did about a little less than 12 miles. I did about a little less than 12 miles on the bike today. I need to hydrate. Oh man, Craig, Craig's on world news tonight now. That is crazy. But what about that though? Is he a villain or a hero? Has anyone uh, looked into a little bit of what his like what's his uh what's the word for it? Like what the policies that they wrote up is it's called a platinum plan, right? Jerome Boy said anti-hero possibly. But has anyone seen has any of the plan come out? Because that's like another level of the thing where it's like, yo, you saying they met and they made up this plan and all of this, and then it's all this distraction about it, and we don't know what it is. Spock said he's seen a movie recently that made the Hulk into a nerd. So that's too much liberty. That's too much. We call that. Uh, that's too much dramatic license for me. Ramon Williams said, "Can I say they distracting us from our true selves knowing that the black man is God. Well, yeah, they always doing that. But you gotta remember that they continue daily. You know what I'm saying? So on a daily basis, you gotta remember that they was promised a reward, you know what I'm saying, for living out the laws that Yaqub gave them. You understand what I'm saying? Like this like when you hear this covenant and all of that was made with Abraham and all this stuff, and passed down through Yaqub, you know what I'm saying, to the point where that's part of what that's part of what the state of Israel is about. You know what I'm saying? The covenant that they were supposed to receive, you know, but they had to live out certain things in order to get that. So you got to look at what they're doing each and every day, each and every way. So the contract is the proposal is called a contract with Black America, right? And they say you can Google it. So the contract with Black America is like who is he discussing with Black though? Like how is he gonna make? And I'm not saying he's not a brother, but I'm saying how is he gonna make? Oh, he got his own .com now. I'm saying who is he talk to? Like who is he representing? Like if you going in there and you negotiating this contract for the whole Black America, like who was the people that had some input into that with him, or did he say, or is it just him? So the platinum plan, right, is the Trump administration. So SW said lots of valid points, some optimism more than realistic, but a lot of it is tangibly fair. Okay, it's tangibly fair, right? The It's tangibly fair, but uh, is it plausible? That it would be all right. Got 13 points here. Representation, lending reform. What's that? Oh, bank lending will be regulated to require banks to lend a percentage of all loan and credit categories on an equal basis to the Black population each bank serves. However, the minimum threshold must yearly meet the percentage equal to the national Black population, currently approximately 13.4%. Rates on Black loans federally from banks to be the same average rates as whites. So you got representation here, right? Which would, I guess, this would create more Black districts. Federal funding, past federal program providing every child with a government-funded trust account at birth, starting with a $1,000 contribution, as proposed by Senator Booker and Representative Presley. Accounts to be managed by the Treasury, and only those born in the lower wealth family will receive more contributions each year, up to $46,500 in total. At age 18, access to the funds allowed, but use restricted to asset enhancing actions. What is this? asset enhancing actions such as buying homes. So you got to, uh, if you're going to give me some money, you have to let me spend it how I want to spend it. Yeah, I guess this is supposed to be Social Security money or something. Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve. So they basically, this is for a specific black, this looks like a Fannie Mae type thing here. Finance oversight. Data and credit. Prison reform. Privately run prisons would be abolished. Prison labor disallowed without consent, and offenders, nonviolent offenders incarcerated for 10 years or longer will be freed if their behavior standards met. Or prisoners for marijuana possession freed. First offense for illegal drug use or possession to require government payment for entry into an approved drug rehabilitation program rather than imprisonment. Once any prisoner completes sentence, voting rights are restored. Judicial reform is basically eliminate mandatory minimums, three strike laws, lynching to become a federal hate crime, and the Ku Klux Klan declared a terrorist organization. Police Reform Act. FCC licensing.
Darkim,
Yeah.
can you come here, man?
All right, hold on. Broadcast networks will be required to air black-produced content equal to 20% of total content on the network.
Peace, what up?
Peace, what's up?
Shit, I was on the phone with Bob. He told me he was on the way up here.
Dude,
Oh, he's on.
what? Hold on for a second here.
He's on the phone. Yeah, man, just be on that though. You said out of school, go what?
Who is that?
Out of school? Oh, they barbecue.
Who is that?
Why do you?
You ain't wasn't on board.
Why do you know that? But why?
What's your mark?
But why?
Jamal, you
I mean, it's so old. Why do you need to know that?
I don't got nothing to do with that. Confederate institutions. Elimination of all Confederate statues. AJP program. Adoption of AJP was AJP. A public and private program that provides access to jobs and education and or training for people willing to put in the work and commitment. Black responsibility. Whoa. Chronic poverty creates an atmosphere full of negativity, frustration, hopelessness, depression, alcoholism, drug abuse, crime, and violence. These are some of the conditions that plague the Black community, which is dealing with extreme generational poverty. As we begin to gain social and economic equality, it is our duty to clean up ourselves and our community. This contract is a two-way street. As we gain social and economic equality, we must begin to dissolve any bitterness in our hearts for past wrongs. We must become better citizens who are more productive on all levels of American society. We really must step up after we pass the contract with Black America with no more excuses left in the kitty. Our entertainers should be persuaded to deliver more positive content that leads our youth to make better choices in life. A new pride must develop with these new opportunities, and we must fight against negativity, frustration, hopelessness, depression, alcoholism, drug abuse, crime, and violence. Okay, I'm not with that one. Not that I, not that I think the sentiment is wrong, but dude, look, if you owe me money, don't tell me what I need to do. Don't tell me what I need to do. You know, it's. I mean, that first of all, that's our business. That needs to be done, but that's our business. You know? Yeah, over here in class.
The blue room?
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready to break out, man.
All right.
All right.
Peace. Yeah, I never liked that part of these things. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to just harp on that because a lot of the other things, they was good points. Um, I'm gonna check it out a little bit deeper. Actually, by the time when I come on tomorrow, we could build on that more in depth. You know what I'm saying? When I read through it, because some of them I just skip past, some of them I just skim through. Right, that's W. Yeah, you don't have to speak on my behalf of what I'm gonna do. Just cut the check, push send, drop the deposit, But these things that you put, the things that I read so far that was put there, right? It's like this is what you owe us. Like if you saying that, what I'm saying, whatever, because you're supposed to be a citizen by birth. That's the way the Constitution is written. So these different policies that you've had, right, that's treated us as less than a citizen, right, from the time of putting in the Constitution that was 3/5 of a man. Whether that's been negated or not, that's they argue back and forth about that. But we do know that different things have been implemented over the years in the law. You understand what I'm saying? That was already known who was going to disproportionately affect. You know what I'm saying? Like when he said people that's in jail for nonviolent offenses for more than 10 years. All right, let's brush away all the flowery language here. We're talking about people in there for drugs. You understand what I'm saying? And the way they put the mandatory sentencing on crack, right? At a much higher rate than all of the drugs that they knew was being used in their community. This is something you already did. So, don't tell me what I got to do in order for you to do the right thing when you the one that did the wrong thing. Right, yeah, you're the same thing. University 7 said he took it upon himself. Yeah. Man, listen, man. That's the worst thing, man. He said, man, what happened to him? Did himself. He took that. He just took that upon himself to speak for all of us. Oh man. While Sunset Cuba speaking for foundational black Americans, those whose ancestors were slaves here. Yeah, see what I'm saying? That's one of those people, dude, you owe me. I don't owe you. Don't tell me what I gotta do. Like first give me what's mine, and then we can have a regular conversation about the rest of it. But that's not a part of this negotiation right here. Yes. You can give me my stuff and then we can talk. Like right now, let's say you at your job, right? And the man he not paying you a check that you already made, you already did that labor 2 weeks ago. And then he's like, yo, look, I need you to work an extra day next week. I need you to work a little bit harder. I need you to work an extra day next week. All right, but right now, give me my check. I'm saying you go to pick up your check. And that's what he's talking about. All right, I hear you. But give me my check. And then I'll look at my schedule and see if I got an extra day to work. But right now, give me my check. So that's, but there was some excellent points in there. I didn't particular, what do you have in there about education? All right, yeah, I don't see education in it. Well, AJP, I guess that's what that is. Program that provides access to jobs and education and or training for people willing to put in the work and commitment. See what you mean, people willing to put in the work and commitment? Like who wrote this for you? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't see nothing specifically in here about education. And I'm not knocking it. I'm saying, if I had a chance to speak to him, that would be what I would add on. You know what I'm saying? Like the brother said, he took it upon himself. If he did ask me, I would say, yo, look, we need some very specific language in there about education. Lamar Williams said, I love the culture degree and the knowledge through culture cipher lessons. Why did we run them in the caves?
Go stay with that.
Because they started making trouble amongst the original people, telling lies, causing them to fight and kill one another. Serious mathematics. The pizzy. All they speak on is prison this and prison that, as if all of us are criminals and these MFs are the real thugs of society. You talking about in this pad, this thing I was just reading, or you talking about in general? Because you guys kind of right about that, and that's the point I was just making. If that's the point we on the same page with that, is that what happened to the education? You got to start dealing with the youth and the babies. I didn't see enough in there about that. You know what I'm saying? And like we was just saying, it needs to be some very specific language. You understand what I'm saying? Like for instance, a perfect example. One of the ways, right, that schools got integrated is because there wasn't very specific language about what separate but equal meant. And so it was easy for it to become separate but unequal. And they was able to prove that when they came in there to have the cases of school integration. So if you just put, we're gonna build schools, like Universal 7 was saying, you could build a school and march everybody out and put them in uniforms and all of that, and have an eloquent person speak, at an event to say this is what's going on.
We just hurt that motherfucker sit right here. You talk about the hurdle and the traffic and all that. Get the fuck out of here, man. Walk in.
Smith said that sounds more like a diss to black folks who wrote that rap. I mean, yeah, you know, it definitely wasn't enough we language in it. It wasn't enough, you know, just the word we. You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of things that he like, for instance, when he says, uh, entertainers have to start providing more positive, uh, more positive content. You know, this Cube we talking about. This is Mr. NWA, Mr. AK, Mr. So just in terms of truth and season. Just in terms of truth and season, in order for you to get your point across, you understand what I mean? Don't make people put their guard up. Don't create the cold current, right? So that's something I would add on to it. Oh, on page 15. Oh, so you got to read into the whole thing. That's what it is. I guess these is like bullet points. I guess these is like bullet points or something. Oh, all right. Yeah, full contract, 22 pages. What page is that? All right, yeah, I definitely got to get into the whole thing. Education spending. Ah, education metrics. Hmm. What is the Black History 365 curriculum? According to studies, there's a direct correlation between student self-awareness and exposure to positive imagery of like groups and their academic achievement. We should adopt this existing program into our school curriculum at a national level. Okay, let me look this up. What is this? The Black History 365 curriculum. Black History 365 is a comprehensive K through 12 curriculum designed for public schools across America. Our purpose is to provide a tech-savvy educational resource that will invite students to become critical thinkers, compassionate listeners, fact-based, respectful communicators, action-oriented solutionists. Black History 365 is an interactive history textbook that may be used independently or as a supplemental text and includes instructor resources such as curriculum planning guides, instructional tools, family and community engagement and restorative wellness activities, audio-visual supplements, electronic assessments, full of rarely told history lessons and backed by more than 3,000 original artifacts. Black History 365 takes students and educators on a colorful journey to embracing an inclusive account of American history, as is great for American history courses, elective courses, extended learning opportunities, study groups, personal enrichment. Uh, I mean, all right, so SW said, Ice Cube said it's open for revision. It's open for revision, but he got to get it out there first things first. Good point. Can't knock that. That's what he's saying. It's open for revision. They want black scholars and elders to come up with the curriculum. It was way more there earlier, hence the black space now. Hmm. I mean, sometimes I'm not with all in some instances, all that fancy stuff, interact. Yeah, this is from Ice Cube. Well, the Black History 365 curriculum is apparently from some other company. Matter of fact, I meant to Google that too. It says it's in partnership with different. So I said who these people are. Yeah, Al Sharpton is one of the spokesmen or something. Yeah, I'm not sure who's behind it. You know, some of all this fancy stuff sometimes, because there's a guy that comes on the news a lot. Now I think he's from DC, and that's one of the things that he always says when he comes on is that he's able to produce better results. He's able to produce better results with much less money than the school system is using. You know, sometimes all that fancy stuff, this is just everybody getting paid. You know, everybody that got a little, look, I got some software that, when you does all this right here. But at the end of the day, and it could be me. Maybe I'm just being, too old school. But look, the principles of learning is not going to change. They haven't changed. You can, affect people's attention span. But see, that's still going to happen regardless to, if they're doing it through this educational program or whether they're doing it on, Facebook. You're still introducing all this digital world into the case. You know what I'm saying? And there's some problems with that. Yes, W got a point. Cut the check. We can talk about what to do. We can talk about to do what afterwards. I might want to buy an island and not deal with none of this goofy stuff. I mean, yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, what if I'm 7? You telling me all of this different stuff that has to go on in order for me to get things that I already earned, right? 793rd, that's what I'm saying. The Black History 365, it does sound good, but it's still got to be applicable and actually useful and effective. You know, and who's actually doing the teaching? What are they qualified to do? Because that's another thing about a lot of these educational programs, right? That's been drawn up by these specific people who, they're not really experts in the field. They're not experts in the field. They're educators. You know what I'm saying? They went to school to be a teacher. You know what I'm saying? And what happens a lot of times with some of these courses that people take, the only thing you can really do with the degrees that you get from them, the only thing you could do with the education that you get from them is be a teacher. Like, you know, and listen, we need people like that. I'm not saying that we don't. That's a very valuable thing, but I'm saying that, you know, uh, you go study African studies, right? Mostly all that uh, qualifies you to do is be an African studies teacher. You know, feminist studies, you know, these type of things that don't really apply, in a concrete way in the society that we want to exist in. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's so important about the STEM field, is because these things, we on the computer right now. People from the STEM field have to develop and refine these technologies. You see what I'm saying? But I mean, people may find, a rare find, whatever. I don't know. Maybe you will, find something, you would go do an archaeological dig or whatever. But at the end of the day, the history is it's been found now by the brothers. The Dr. Benz and John Howard Clarks and you know what I'm saying, Professor Wellstein, et cetera, et cetera. You know, so I would like to see, like the brother said, it sounds good. But I've been there as a parent where they tell you it's something, they're gonna be teaching this or that, and then you send your child, you're like, yeah, what is this? Like there's been things I had to go up there and opt out. Like, look, no, don't give him that. Reality make a great point right here. Business of politics, and it's a business of education as well. So it's kind of I agree with you. It's a how they call it, the military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex. There's an education industrial complex too. You know what I'm saying? Like one thing that happened in New York this year, over the last couple of years, apparently de Blasio, really his name is Wilhelm. I don't know how many people know that, but de Blasio is not his real name. You know what I'm saying? But de Blasio had some type of donor or something that worked, that he owned a school bus company. And his company wasn't doing good, especially now because his company is not doing good now because kids not really going to school. You know what I'm saying? And through the Board of Education, uh, you know, uh, de Blasio hit him with a contract or something, you know what I'm saying, where he's getting paid. You know what I'm saying? All these different people that come in to do whatever it is they do. You know what I'm saying? They get a contract, and we can look at the product and see that okay, the job you're doing is not satisfactory. Like if the product is supposed to be an educated child, right? Then we know that okay, we're not getting our money's worth over there. And so this is one of the reasons why it's like okay, you could say that they're gonna spend more money, but more money on what? You know what I'm saying? Like are they gonna you're going to increase the budget and then they're going to bring in a whole bunch of consultants. You know what I'm saying? And these consultants, they make, $180,000 a year, and they come in and say, well, look, the shade of yellow that the room is right now, yeah, the kids will learn better if you darken it by 2 shades. Mr. Spock said a lot of the most successful, richest people throughout history in the world downplayed the educational system in the U.S. as not practical or teaching the things you need to know to make money. Indeed, de Blasio real name is Wilhelm. Not even Italian. His name is Wilhelm. I didn't even know you could do that. Like when I first found that out, I was like, dude, this like if I was the opponent, I'd bring that up. Like we was at the debate, I pull the trump up. I really tell man, not even Wilhelm, man. How could you believe any name not even de Blasio, man? Name not even de Blasio, man. How could you believe anything he's saying? I didn't even know you could do that. But yeah, in other places, even in terms of modern education, like I'm sure, they not necessarily educating their people and everything they need to know either. But in Europe, places like Germany, you get something called a vocational education. You know what I'm saying? Now it's German. That's a German name, Mrs. Spot. You know, in in America, we get something called a general education. But in other places, they get a vocational education. Right, 793rd, uh, saying that a lot of these people that's making these educational decisions, they don't really have real experience dealing with the children, the schools. They don't, you know what I'm saying, all the different type of people that you got to deal with. They don't really have any real experience with that. Leadership trainings for principals became a thing all of a sudden in the early thousands, as I know a couple of cats doing that. Yeah, these is all things, and they come in and they basically teaching them, this kind of corporate governance kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? They teaching them a corporate governance type of thing, but it doesn't really have anything to do with educating the children. You understand what I'm saying? You know, uh, to a large degree, education has slid backwards. Like even with all these different programs, all these different things, they saying we're gonna introduce this, we're gonna introduce, uh, computers and all these things. Education has slid backwards. The more they bring in and say, look, we're gonna use this to keep the kids' attention, right? The more backwards education has slipped. You're just gonna pay more testers for them to take these standardized tests or whatever that is apparently not leading to much education. Reality said they're teaching, however, them as teachers are miseducated most of the time. We can do more with technology, but we aren't learning how to learn or how to use our own minds. Right? That's what technology sometimes covers right up. Right? A lot of all that of all that a lot of the things that's supposed to be making education easier is actually distracting them. You know what I'm saying? Right? They can only learn in a song form. And then they can't separate reality from the song. Reality said no child left behind. They teach them how to be telemarketers and cashiers, indeed. And one thing you said right here, reality too, is that a lot of the teachers, right, they products are the same miseducation that they giving out to the kids, so they don't even know. See, it's different levels of it. You know what I'm saying? You could go back to all different times to see one thing they came out with. You know, uh, uh, in like the 80s, it didn't used to be a federal Department of Education. Like education was mostly local. You know what I'm saying? So see, like there's no child left behind. Their ability to implement that from a federal level came after you had a Department of Education, right? So now they touring around with the funding. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the things that happened after the integration of the schools. Reality, right? That's why you gotta love the remote learning. You know what I'm saying? Because but uh you gotta have that level of understanding where uh you realize that that's something to appreciate. You know what I'm saying? How many people don't even realize that? Not on here, but I'm just saying in general. How many people are seeing that, as a burden? Ma Williams said, would you agree to teach that the black man is God who has great orderly direction about himself? I mean, uh, well, this is another thing. And this is kind of getting back to reality's point, but you know, there's some things that the school is not there to teach you. You know what I'm saying? That's really our job. Like that's you need your home training. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, you don't even get there until you 5 or 6. You know, preschool and all of that. That's them really taking you out of your. That's them taking you out of your environment so that they can do certain programming before your brain hardens. See, if you get to school and you're already, 5, 6 years old, you know what I'm saying? That first level of training is already gone. They can't really affect that. You see what I mean? But if they can get you in there at 2 or 3, like SW was saying, singing songs about all kinds of things that don't apply to you, that's why they got Sunday school. Because if they can get you in there at that age and already put these ideas right at the base level of your education, right, then everything else you get educated on is going to be seen through that. You know what I'm saying? Remember, the family is the first teachers. So see, when they get there, they're already supposed to know that. Universal 7 said my food go to private school. They go to school physically every day since it started. I know they like, I know. He said they're like, yeah, man, I wish I was a public school, man. So I could be out, man. I know that's what I be thinking. I remember every day I used to go to school, right? And I just always had this fantasy. Whenever I started getting close to the school, I had this fantasy that when I got there, the school would be burned down. I I'm talking about like back, like elementary school. Like, yo, man, if I go there and it's burned down, man, then, yo, can't be no school. They gotta send me back. Well, as you said, more funding and federal grants for special ed, so all babies are more gold when labeled special ed. And the rest of the funding goes to Catholic schools to shield and hide their dirty trick knowledge. What you talking about from the department, the federal Department of Education? Mrs. Spike said, yeah, that would be taken away from people's belief systems. If a teacher is older, that would be disrespectful. Universal 7 said a black brother and his wife came from Grambling State and started their own school out here in Las Vegas, Matheson. All right. That's, you know, I mean, it seems to be a trend. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it works out good. You know what I'm saying? But, a lot of people starting to see that, you know what I mean? Education is at the root of it. But not just the education on, what you need to do when you go into their society. You know what I mean? How many words a minute you type. Not saying, there's anything wrong with typing, but I'm just saying that, in particular, that's something that, they training you to provide some labor for them. If you're gonna use that to write your own books or something, then you mastered the application of that. Mr. 120 said, I like school, I just didn't like homework. And then my pops gave me his own homework before I could go outside. Man, see, I'm from the good old days. I'm from the good old days of you know the latchkey children, where you know the all the parents was at work. So when I got home from school, most of the time I played first. Especially if it's like, well, yes, you're going to school in the wintertime, so you're not gonna be out, or me, I do my playing right at the school, and then I come back in and do my homework. See, once you got later in time, you know, that's Debbie. As Debbie called it, the latchkey life. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's back in the days, everybody had their own keys. Remember SW? Everybody had the shoe screen with the key on the end. We was in and out the house, uh, at will. Mr. 120 said, yeah, when I do that after my parents separate, moms would be at work, my crib would be the spot, especially in the summer. Yeah. We all, yeah, it would be certain brothers that, we might all go over there, play whatever we play. I mean, we didn't have video games. As W said, one of my main babysitters was my peeps. He only 4 years older than me. I didn't realize this till I was 30. I mean, yeah, I recall being babysit, and not really, we really call it babysitting back then. It was more just, uh, we was all left in the house, and this person was the oldest. So everybody got to listen to him, if they just tell all the little kids, and when we get back, we better not hear, we better not hear that you wasn't listening. Yeah, right. Yeah, we wasn't babysitting. We just watched. There was just somebody there was the oldest. Somebody knew how to make a sandwich and all those type of things. Ramon said, "I can say having the knowledge of self. I can see myself in everything." How you mean you can see yourself in everything? You mean, yeah? What you got? No, let me put words in your mouth. Reality said, "I'm working on starting a small trades program and eventually a trade school and apprenticeship program." Hmm. And just all trades or a specific trade? Oh, Mr. 120. See, that's what I'm saying. That's a different world. That's a different world for me. Mr. 120 says somebody snitched and called child services because they knew I was home alone. Watched my mom to get a babysitter. Whoa, what kind of neighborhood is this? Listen, when I grew up, man, even the old ladies didn't snitch, right? Yeah, it's done. Yeah, that was after my time when that type of stuff like that started happening. Like, you did what? My mom's would have kicked that person ass. Oh man. So all trades, yeah, that's definitely something, especially in the immediate future. You know what I'm saying? Meaning even the things that Ice Cube was saying, right, about what he was saying about building a better community, you really got to start with kids to really build up all that mentality. But for the people that's there right now who, they already a certain way, you know, that's the best thing you could do for them. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't need to, waste all this time. And look, this is how to do this thing right here. This is how to be a plumber. Right, I'm a licensed plumber. This is how to be a plumber. Bomb. You know what I'm saying? You could go make money. You understand what I'm saying? You don't need to, you don't need to waste your time, trying to catch up to everybody else. Get this loot and live your life. You know, raise your children to see the things that you didn't see. That's what happens too. That's another level of truth being out of season. When you trying to get somebody to be involved with something. You trying to get somebody to apply themselves to something that is just not for them. Reality said I'm a licensed plumber and my physical is an electrician. We got a carpenter and a mason on deck. All right. So shit. I'll build a whole house. That might end up being a level of the game. You gotta train people, you know what I'm saying, that could go out and, build or restore a whole community. You know what I'm saying? Because I see that done. They got areas where like you ride through, especially where, matter of fact, if you ride through a lot of areas with Indians, like immigrants from India in New York, they moved into a lot of areas where nothing was over there, and they built the whole thing up. Not saying that they necessarily did it through their physical labor, you know what I'm saying? They came in and bought houses, started businesses, et cetera, and either built up or revitalized whole areas. So Ramon Williams just said, starting from the original man and knowing everything derived from the original is how you see yourself in everything. That's peace. But you gotta, you know, we got, that's why. What degrees you knowledge, Ramon Williams? Brilliant elevation. What degrees you knowledge, Ramon Williams? Nah, and that's what I was just getting ready to that's why I asked Ramon Williams what degrees he knowledge. Because what he said about everything deriving from original is why the skunk was taken out of the wisdom degree and it stood in the Roman. Because if he's derived from us and he's a skunk, then it must be a skunk in us. The last part of the degree. Now, well, my degrees don't have skunk in it. The only I've seen the skunk that's in the supreme wisdom. Right, Mr. Spock, yeah, they did. They dominated the cab industry for a minute. Any industry they go into, which, the kind of the new buzzword now is everybody got to be on code. You know, other people is on code. That whatever that is, they be on code. But Ramon Williams, what degrees you knowledge? In Universal 7, in your 1 to 10, it got skunk in it. Universal, the degrees you got already though, they had skunk in it. Am I on lag time or something? This Universal said it did. I just took it out. The reason why I asked you that too is in your 1 and 14, what's the 6th degree? You in the culture cipher degree? Oh, definitely they rock the pharmacies. Absolutely. Especially those neighborhood ones, like anyone that's not a Dwayne Reed or a War, if it's not a big corporate pharmacy, absolutely. All right, so you just did, yeah. Because see what happens, just a heads up. If you get a 1 to 14, that's wrong. The 6th degree and the 7th degree is going to be reversed from how ours is. The 6th degree is going to say, why does the devil call out people Africans? And the 7th degree is going to say, why does the devil keep our people illiterate? So beware that, everyone. So Mom Williams, you in the culture cipher degree, so you don't have skunk in your 1 to 10 either, right? You can see what's happening is the supreme wisdom is online. You know what I'm saying? And because it's very similar, it sometimes it circulates as our lessons. Yeah, if you get the wrong one, why does the devil call out people Africans will be the 6th degree? Or are you asking me that question? Oh, those are, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you always, that's one of the that's one of the reasons why I started being on here. You know what I'm saying? Because the level of misinformation, you know, uh, it had to start being sources of, you know, the the real way that we do things. You know what I'm saying? The misinformation, because after a while, This causes separation. So you got skunk in the 1 to 10, and what about your 6 degree in the 1 to 14? Does it say why does the devil call out people Africans? Well, if you Google who is the original man, the supreme wisdom comes up. Didn't know that. Oh yeah, that is the supreme wisdom. Matter of fact, what about that? Uh, what about that, Ramon Williams? Does your knowledge degree in the student enrollment, does it say father of civilization? Which I noticed I see Muslims now say it with father of civilization in it. Yeah, it popped up. But it's just the knowledge degree itself, not the whole thing. But it says the original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, cream of the planet Earth, God of the universe, which is the supreme wisdom. Okay, so if it has father civilization, that part is correct. Now, in the fifth degree in your student enrollment, does it have land and water? What about you, Universal? Does your fifth degree in the student enrollment, does it have land and water? All right, yeah, that's the supreme wisdom. Shouldn't have land and water. And so you said your sixth degree in the 1 to 14 says, why does the devil call out people Africans? Yeah, it's not supposed to say that. The ones that well, I don't know where they, Melchizedek, somebody, but that's the supreme wisdom. Our sixth degree says, why does the devil teach and keep our people illiterate? Real hip hop. Right. Nah, it should say how much is land and how much is water. So the father of civilization, Melchizedek, is the one who put the father of civilization in the supreme wisdom. No, not the fifth degree, the sixth degree, number six. What does the number six degree say? Say. Now, what does the equality degree say? The degree you are now, real hip hop. You should be getting pretty up there. Mr. 120's had the crown for quite a minute. How long you had the crown, Mr. 120? So it's been close to a month. Mrs. 120 had the crown. We got Mr. 120 holding the crown forever, man. Who gives it that? For the equality degree, you got why does the devil? It should say teach and keep our people illiterate. It says why does the devil keep our people illiterate? Queen Mecca. What what are you confused about, Queen Mecca? Yeah, I don't know, Ramon Williams. It seemed like somehow your lessons got mixed in because in some degrees you got the Supreme Wisdom version, and then in other degrees you got what the 5% got. What degrees you want, real hip hop? I think we've been on here 9 months. You know, at one time you had 9 months to learn 120. it was a little more structure at that point. See, Ramon Williams, the reason why it's important to say why does the devil teacher keep our people illiterate is because exactly what we've been talking about all class in terms of miseducation. You know what I'm saying? When it says, well, they were made blind, deaf, and dumb by the devil when they were babies. So just like, we go into the educational system, but it doesn't teach us anything about ourselves or anything to really benefit ourselves, but only things that's going to benefit corporate America. You know what I'm saying? With us as a part of the labor pool. Hip hop said I might be returning to the essence before my physical day. From what? See, real hip hop, you one of the people. That's it. If somebody else told me that, I'd probably take it seriously. But you one of the people I gotta ask you, man. Where you from, Ramon Williams? See if you can get you a set of lessons that come from the 5 to 6.
Rip that whole shit up next door. Time to get it right, Shit, they hit this shit on.
Be righteous a lot. Welcome to the room, Be Righteous. Do me a favor, hit that like button, do the each one, teach one. Subscribe to the page, hit the notification so you can know when we coming on live. So where you from, Ramon Williams? And what's going on with you, real hip hop? You from Grand Rapids, Michigan. And how far is that from Detroit? We ain't got no oh, peace. All right. Tell them Universal, you can't you gonna drop a bomb in the middle of the floor like that and run out the room. We don't got no Detroit in here tonight.
You get on 50 states yet?
We usually have some brothers from Detroit in here. How long have you had the knowledge, Ramon Williams? Hopefully you will survive what, real hip hop? What's with this Masonic stuff? Nobody in the room from Detroit right now? There's 120 lessons online now.
Not good. That.
I never seen 120. I seen the Supreme Wisdom. Where's this that they got 120 now? L7. You ain't got nobody from Detroit in the room. That's unusual. But definitely keep tuning in, Ramon Williams. When the brothers from Detroit come on, we're gonna be able to get you squared away with the right and exact lessons.
Hey, so I'm ready to be out. Wrap this up. I ain't gonna get it all done tonight.
No. I got a few more minutes.
I ain't got no trees. I ain't got no bells. I ain't got none of that. And then it took me fucking 2 hours to get public transportation. It takes me, if I leave here, I don't get home till about 12 at night. That's insane, right?
Man.
Huh?
Yeah, that's
a lot of things, right?
It's a lot of things.
Until my fucking come up here, it take me an hour and a half, 2 hours to get here, hour, 2 hours to get back. That's a lot of shit. Anyway. Oh, I can't leave. That's right. I gotta do a little bit more now. That's right. I got one more thing to do. So anyway.
Bill Moon. All right, so we got Bill Moon. Bill Moon is in here from D Mecca? You rest there now? What's your righteous name? Yeah, that's true, Wordsmith. You can, read all these things on paper, but if you don't learn to speak the language, you know what I'm saying? If you don't learn to speak the language that these things is written in, you know what I'm saying? Just like, you could go to the pyramid and read the you can go to the pyramids and read the hieroglyphics, but you don't speak that language. So you're not going to be able to come to an understanding, and really grasp the meaning. Bill Moon, you don't know what the righteous name is? Are you a 5% of Bill Moon? See, and then you gotta see, especially with the wordsmith. See, with the wordsmith, he specializes in the esoteric, meaning and the exoteric meaning. All right, so you was on the inside, but you had the knowledge about 10 years. I mean, yeah, that happens. You know what I'm saying? From the very beginning, you know what I'm saying? The law, uh, that was one of the statements that he made was that, when you uh, come out of prison, you got to kind of be re-educated. You know what I'm saying? Really, in the same way that, you got to become reaccustomed to the world out here. You understand what I mean? Because you've been applying your mathematics in there, you've been applying them, you know what I'm saying, without your full freedom. And yeah, your mind is free, you freed your mind in there, but see, your body wasn't there in order to complete the learning. Because to complete the learning, you got to live it out. You understand what I'm saying? It's like a person could say they're a doctor, but how you know they really, you know, like a person could get a degree, but did he get all these? You know, you got a degree in medicine here, but you got all these. I don't know if I want you operating on me. You understand what I'm saying? The law is real. But like I said, just stay in tune with the lives. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely brothers that come in from D Mecca. You know what I'm saying? If there's some brothers, man, that can get you in touch with some brothers from D Mecca as well. What's going on with you, real hip hop? You still, what's this Masonic stuff? You need to come on the line so you can stop talking crazy. See, when, that's one of the most things when you in there, Lamar Williams, is that see you away from women and babies. So, you know, when you look at our flag, what we saying is, this is our reality. You know what I mean? The sun, moon, and stars, man, woman, and child. To see all the different things that you're saying when you're going through the knowledge degree, right? Being the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father, civilization, and God of the universe. You can't really, really live all that out if you're not around no women and babies. See what I'm saying? So an individual touchdown out here, and now you got to live all them things out. You see that, some people, they fail at that because it's not as easy as it looks. Who knows what's going on with real hip hop? A brother, Be Righteous, a brother came up here from Virginia on Sunday too. He said he was in Richmond. I think he said he moved somewhere else now. Yeah, wordsmith, but I mean, Bill, I'm thinking this is just somebody. I'm thinking it's just somebody, that's their honorable name or whatever. Phantasm said in prison is different. Nah, it was this brother's name was I think Master Equality C. Came up here with a son. But in general though, Ramon Williams, I don't know if you in touch with anybody out there, but you gotta get in touch with a brother named Bahu. Bahu. I'm sure, if you might just be able to catch him on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on Facebook, so I don't know his handle. I don't actually I don't know where he's at on social media. But yeah, right, Dr. Bahu. If you get in touch with Dr. Bahu, you would definitely get in tune with the right exact lessons. You know what I mean? Dr. Bahu or anybody in his circle. All right, so brilliant elevation. Ramon Williams, what's your you got Instagram? You got Instagram, Ramon Williams? Post your Instagram so Brilliant Elevation can get in touch with you. All right. Thanks for the cash app right there. Support for the stream. Always greatly appreciated. I can't, what's the name here? Joshua. D Christian. Shout out to D Christian too. D Christian from yesterday. He hit us after the show. You got Facebook, Ramon Williams? Be righteous is coming for the crown. Amen. Mr. 120, Mr. 120, might be short. Might be just a short time. Might be just a short time left for you to be on top. You got any other social media, Ramon Williams? I'm trying to look for a way that Brilliant Elevation can get in touch with you. So what's your Facebook address? All right. Mr. Spot, thanks for the donation. Stream wouldn't be the same without y'all. Greatly appreciated. What's your post your Facebook address? 120 is online. What's the address where it's at? What's the page where it's at? Post your Facebook, Ramon Williams, so Brain Elevation can get in touch with you, and then maybe you could give him your number, and he could pass it along to Bahu, and then y'all can take it from there. I never seen it. What's your name? Let me see. You just Google it. There's 120 lessons of the nations of God. Yes. See some videos. This is what the hell is this? Nah, this is who's this? Wayne and Wesley? Definitely don't get it off that page. Afro Styling. Oh, not that one. Supreme Wisdom. What's this? Tumblr? This looks fairly new. I don't remember seeing it on Tumblr. They got the alphabet. Yeah, but they got some Zulu Nation stuff in here too. Well, and what is this? This Hadith? This Hadith over here? This Hadith? What is this over here on the side? What's this? Oh. Now you gotta sign up for an account or something. It's trying to get for you. Trying to get for you with this. What's this? Ancient Order of Free Asiatics? Yeah, I don't know what page is it on. All right. You got that Brain Elevation? That email? Facebook is RURU. You still there, Brain Elevation? You said 120 lessons, SCRBD. This, What is this with the blue? Is this a test? It is like some student assignment, I guess. Is there another one? I guess you gotta be a member or something. I can't see it. It's there. Put the put the link up there. White papers, right? The ones with the blanks. That's the one I saw. Ancient order of free Asiatics is divine understanding borns. I don't know about that. You said any writings. What you mean? All right. So Ramad Williams, you're gonna be getting contacted about bringing elevation, and we're gonna get you right with some lessons. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me check it again. I mean, I saw what you're saying in terms of having the. Wait, you said if you scroll down, you're gonna see white papers. You mean these are the PDFs? Uh, you still gotta, what's the name? You gotta be a part of this stuff. But I see here up to the question of the fifth degree. Uh, Knowledge degree got father civilization. Wisdom degree don't have scum. Hmm. And how you See something here? So this was uploaded by Leia Little. Who's Leia Little? Can't really see the picture right here. You talking about the PDFs that's at the bottom of the page, right, Mr. Spot? Do I have any? You mean stuff that I wrote, or do I have any? But yeah, Ramon, you definitely on the right. What's the name? Nah, I don't have nah. Actually, there's some stuff they wanted me to do some articles, but then I don't know what happened with that. No, I don't. Yeah, you're right. I get most of my writing, I get it in rhythmically. But yeah, these who's Leia Little? That's Q Dog. What's the name right here? It says Leia Little Q Dog with two G's. And she got this other thing here, Mine unto Hermes, Gene of Isis. Well, let's see something. Let's Google her. Hmm. See. Hmm. And so no one knows who Lady Little is, huh? No, I didn't see this one. You saying? You said 120 lessons, Supreme Wisdom by Elijah Muhammad, corrections by Father Allah. Ramon Williams said, "Can I address myself as truth rules Allah?" Yeah, nothing rules Allah. That language is a little bit off. I understand what you mean. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, but I wouldn't pick that particular. Yeah, look up this layer little Q dog. Hold up. That's what her name says. That's what her name says on the scribe thing. What is the script? Scribe? Hers just say 120 lessons. Yes. Q Dog is a nickname for something else. Yeah, I mean that's like the that's what I was thinking. You think she's somehow affiliated with she might somehow be affiliated with the fraternity? You got a hit on Facebook? Full Sail University, so she does music. See any 5% is following her. It says Queenie Q Dog Little. Is this who you talking about? Whoa. Williamston, North Carolina. nothing in particular on that page. And that there's nothing in particular on that page that makes it ruler universal law. I would say ruler universal. Well, I probably would say universal ruler law. Universal ruler. So now you can manifest that. God of the universe. Q dog, yeah, that's some. That's a fraternity. The Qs, they what's the name for it? I looked at this Queenie, but there's nothing on her page that would lead me to believe that uh, she doesn't have anything else pertaining to uh, knowledge of self on her page. Um, in the when you look on her friends list, it doesn't appear to be people who it's nobody I recognize. As a 5%, I'm saying. I don't feel like going through the whole thing right now. Or you sent it where on where you sent it. You can't put links in here. I think I got to get to 1,000 subscribers and then you can put the links. Saturday Third said ain't no layers directly associated with no cute dogs. Supreme man. Um, just send it right there. Is it just straight up .com or is it a whole bunch of stuff? Maybe she found someone's book of life. You think she was the person that stole Allah Will Manifest book of life? Remember Allah Will Manifest was saying that he couldn't study his lessons because the bruh stole his book of life. It's just so .com is at the end. If .com is the last part of the link, just take off the com part. And put it right here in the comments. Then I just copy paste it. Maybe his words, maybe his words. We got Supreme Man came in the background. Maybe his words is lay a little. I don't know. Supreme Man, you know who lay a little is? Yeah, she put 120. Well, whoever it is, they put 120 lessons on they Scribd account. Scribe. Nah, it still ain't come. You got my Instagram, right? I guess you gotta send it to me on Instagram. You know, man. You said the brother posted in the comment in the 5% group, if you call yourself God, stop eating pork. He must have meant something else. Whoa, you saw 200 comments from people who are actively calling themselves gods defending why they eat pork. What kind of, what? Yeah, but Supreme Man, one thing I seen that with a lot of the people that post the 120 online, their mentality is that, is knowledge and knowledge is free and everybody should have this and everybody needs to have it, you know, and we had discussed that, that the final stages of education is understanding and action. That's the thing that I think a lot of people, they leave that part of the history out. That these same lessons, these lessons been out for 30 years before we had them. So just thinking that they automatically gonna see what we see. Yo, Fly Phrase from the Providence Plantations, you gotta send me this link. I gotta see who these people are, just in case I run into them and they try to tell me they got it. You gotta send me the link to that post right there. See, I want to scroll down the whole list. I want to see who made comments. I want to see who liked the comments. I want, I want, I need to see. I need to see what's going on with that there. Hold on, wait a minute. I want to check who this person is too. This lay a little. I mean, on cursory glance, yeah, that's our 120. But I still, yeah, I just seen it in West Coast, but oh, the group is private. Oh, they probably some, you know how that be. But yeah, I didn't, uh, a person. This is crazy. You got people defending how you could be God and eat pork. Maybe they talking about some other gods. Or maybe it's some other people, another group of people that came to the conclusion that they God. Supreme Man said in a way that's right. However, to internalize is different. I'm still learning things constantly about these lessons. The CEOs of state who allegedly can quote lessons, they can't live them out though. All right, got love, came in the building. Yeah, it's a couple of things that's a little bit, but that's you know the all of the major changes is made. Justice. But yeah, though, Supreme Man, the way I see it, you know what I'm saying? You could give it to somebody, but it's like sending somebody in the pyramids to read the hieroglyphics. You know what I'm saying? You could give somebody the lessons, man, but you send them in the pyramid to read the hieroglyphics and you don't speak the language, exoterically or esoterically. Meaning, like, as soon as you look at it, right, you're looking at these symbols. Some of these animals is not around right now, or they not around here. We don't even know what those animals are. And then that's just exoterically. Esoterically, you got other things like a eagle with a lion's mane or something like that. That it has some meaning to the people who speak that kind of language. You know what I'm saying? For that matter, it's just like, look, once we speak that kind of language, we can read the Bible and be able to ascertain some understanding from it. You know what I'm saying? Some Jews know how to live. But if the whole time I was exposed to it without being able to speak that language, you know what I'm saying? And it's something that you can't read the science of God. You can't memorize the science of God. You can't, whatever you can't do that. Like you said, you gotta live the science of God. So in order to live it, you gotta be around that culture. You know what I'm saying? That's like a person, right now, and I'm sure it's happened. You know what I'm saying? Somebody pops up in Los Angeles, right? Yo, I watch all Kev Mac videos. Shout out to Kev Mac. I've watched all Kev Mac videos and I know all about the gang business out here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm walk all through the hood with the stuff that I got off of Kev Mac videos. You know what's gonna happen. And by the same token, I'm telling you, don't go around somebody telling them, yo, I watch all Darkim Be AllahChrist videos. You know, I'm subscribed, man. I get the notifications and think you're gonna walk into certain ciphers, man, and be all right. Don't think that for 1 minute. And so for me, just putting it there. I mean, you could put it there for the people, like you said, who don't really want to internal. Like if you just want to read about it, like you just want to say, yo, I never seen a car before. Let me see a car what it look like. But you don't really want to know how to drive it. Yeah, go right on ahead. But for me, it's not something. But see, this is actually a jewel right here that you got to realize. See, this knowledge was really founded on mouth to ear. See what I'm saying? That's the way the knowledge first started. So we never really developed no literature. See, when you see a book of life, that's a book we wrote. That's my book. That's once upon a time, you had to know a brother fairly well for him to let him touch your book of life, for him to let you touch his book of life. But this is a book that we write. We compiled this book right here from, our different studies, our different writings, pictures, whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? Different people got all types of, the pictures of their babies when they was born. You know what I'm saying? I've seen different books of life and how people put them together. You understand what I'm saying? But this is a book that we wrote. You know what I'm saying? This, we recording the history, of us. It's not something that you could really generically, here's the book of life and then you got it. So people come out here all the time. Yo, you got some literature, something we can read. Nah. You know what I'm saying? You could come and build. You know what I'm saying? Or you could, different people got their individual writings. Like I tell people, look, we got some authors, you can look up Supreme Understanding. You can look up, oh man, the guy gonna be typing me. I can't recall his name right now. Star Mel, you know what I'm saying? Different brothers have written books. You know what I'm saying? Different brothers got lessons or whatever that they wrote. But, don't think that, now I'm an expert, on the 5%. I've read, Supreme Understanding and Star Mel and Michael Muhammad, and now I know all the signs. I'm gonna go to the rally, you know what I'm saying, and go across the street, with the gods, and build with them. No, you're not. Yeah, you took notes on Inf Mega's videos. You took notes on all that. Listen, man, no matter how smart you think you are, you ain't going past supreme intelligence. See, like we were saying with education, yeah, you might have read a whole bunch of stuff, you did all this, man. But see, the whole, supreme mathematics is critical thinking. Supreme mathematics is critical thinking. So see, you could come around and it could be a child. See, I love supreme mathematics. When we was children, you come around, you could be a PhD. You could see right through you, like you was glass. So for me, it's not something that I give out. You know what I'm saying? It's something, and then also just, my thing is this too, man. Why rob you, why rob you of one of the elements that I seen, was one of the best aspects of 120, one of the best aspects of learning it. Why rob you of that? The fact that I had to earn it, that's one of the reasons why I still got it on cap right now. So you notice that all the people that come in here that they was given 120 on the paper when they first walked in, they always got to go back to the paper. because they didn't have to go through the signs where when I was getting the knowledge, man, 120 lessons was like the elixir of life. You know, when you see a movie that somebody's looking for the fountain of youth or something, they looking for, you know, the eternal life or something, and they going through all these trials and tribulations and fighting with dragons and running through fire and all this. That's how you had to do to get 120 lessons, right? And so it's not something that I'm gonna just, you know, I'm gonna just leave it sitting. I can't now because it's here. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, I value it on that level. Yeah, a lot of people say they were sparked by Supreme Understanding, his books. Jesus James said Freudian. Six will never be more than seven. And that's all you're getting on the paper is six. You know, you can add, you can add, you can add, you can do whatever you want to do. But you ain't getting the seven. You can get the 6.8, 6.9999995, but you're not getting the seven just reading off the paper. Supreme Man said, indeed, it takes years, months, and days to actively live out these teachings. Anybody can acquire the lessons. It won't make you God or earth. That's why it's called living mathematics. Yeah. And that's another thing is really, you know, for a lot of people that you just get exposed to it, you know, especially if you get it all at one time. Like you get a whole packet with Supreme Mathematics and everything in it. You don't understand how these things is not exactly the same. See, that's the whole real. If you never really knew what the mathematics was and understood it, you see what I mean? Then you don't realize that we didn't necessarily have to have 120 lessons. 120 lessons is just another story of who's righteous, who's unrighteous, and what happened when they mix together in the same on the planet Earth. You understand what I'm saying? So, like I said, that's why we can read any book, right? Where it got positive and negative people. You know what I mean? Or just, you know, positive and negative characters, let's say. You know what I'm saying? Where we can read Uncle Tom's Cabin. We can read Uncle Tom's Cabin and analyze the different people that's in the signs. You know what I mean? Or, you know, when you go like Yakub is in the lessons, but then when you go in depth into other things that Elijah Muhammad said, we still break that down with the use of supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet. So the things that we see in there, the principles that we gain understanding from, without really understanding that, you're not teaching people that they God by teaching them 120 lessons. You know, at best, you're taking them back to a step. You're depriving them of what we all got by coming in this nation. Like you're making them have to go back to ancient times. You're making them have to go back to the last Quran instead of starting from this Quran with you. Because now if you just got 120 lessons, now you got to go back to where Allah was, right? Before this nation was born, you got to go back to where he was and just draw it up out of these lessons again. Why make somebody have to do that? You know, to me that's like shady. You know, you got it this way, but you're going to give it to somebody else another way. Why would I do something like that? I don't get it. The Christian. Well, I said I got the knowledge a little later. So you got it all at one time. Worked kind of hard to get it down because it was on me. I mean, definitely, if you get it all at one time, it's going. And that's a factor too. You know what I'm saying? That see, I got it as a child, and so of course, it makes more sense to spoon feed me in that way. You know what I'm saying? But Love said 120 was the bridges, expressways, trains, and buses. By the way, Supreme Man said, look how many brothers came through with us that still got their lessons and where it says, and are no longer active builders. Those with guidance are worse than those who fell a victim. He said, look how many brothers came through with us that still got their lessons and no longer, what it says, and are longer active builders. I think you got some typos in it. Those without guidance are worse than those who fell a victim. Yeah, you're right. You can see, you know, both of them never understood. You know what I'm saying? But just for coming in the name, you understand what I'm saying? You know, you when you still coming in the name, but you're not an active builder, you saying that you got it. You're the said person. Yeah, remind way you just gotta stick to what you're doing. Uh, and you definitely come out all right. So while you said you got handed a paper, but we had a cipher every weekend, so we had that brotherhood throughout the years. The brotherhood has gotten stronger. Yeah, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? But like I said yesterday, a lot of even the plus degrees, I got them, mouth to ear. You wait, you talking about? Yeah, I shouted you out earlier. I had shouted you out earlier when because we got some cash apps. Some brothers sent in, some very gracious brothers sent some cash apps to support the stream, and I had shouted out that you was one of them. Just that I got it as a teenager as well. It took time to grow into the knowledge and actually start applying it. As you grow, you learn to live it out and not take it off face value. Yeah, because when you know, say when you first get the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Allah's arm, leg on supreme head. You know what I'm saying? But just like a baby, you got to learn how to activate that. And that's what I'm saying. Those types of things, you can't learn that if you give a baby a pamphlet, right? And say, look, this is how you walk. Nah, that's not going to work. You can't show them a film strip like just look at TV. You see that person walking? All right, that's what you need to do. No, you're going to have to hold them up, put them on their feet. They're going to have to stumble. They're going to have to fall a couple of times. You understand what I'm saying? And pick themselves up. It's the same thing with this knowledge, man. Like I said, a person, you coming right now, you seeing the final, not even final because I'm not finished growing, I'm not finished learning, but you seeing a product that's been grown and developed. But you didn't see all the times, when I was coming up learning, but all the same things that if you knew right now, all the things you going through is all the things I'm going through. I went through. You know what I'm saying? I remember, like ask Mr. 120 to tell you, I recall when they first gave me, I first seen 120 lessons. Like when I just first seen the Book of Life, and the brother had 120 lessons, like, yeah, you gotta learn. Like, wait, it's 120 of them? That's why y'all call it 120? Wait, you mean it's 120 of these? I gotta learn them all, word for word? That seemed like a tall order. And then I recall when I reached the born degree in the 1 and 14. You know what I'm saying? Like the culture degree too, but really the born degree is what really, I was like, yeah, I got this. I got this. I can do this. You know what I'm saying? And then I remember when I got to the wisdom build degree in the 1 and 40, and it was like, oh man, we skating now. We going so down here. So, so downhill from here. You understand what I mean? But those are stages of even growing and developing and having discipline and all these different types of things to go through all of that. You understand what I'm saying? That's a part of me. Like I said, when you study the lessons, man, you're gonna learn something about yourself too. You know what I'm saying? When you start manifesting them, you're gonna learn things about yourself too. The things that you see in there, that tells you something about yourself. You know what I'm saying? If it don't tell you nothing else but what your experiences is. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that certain things, at knowledge power, knowledge equality is certain things that the lessons may tell you about. That's okay. I haven't really I haven't dealt with that science yet. You understand what I'm saying? And so my understanding of it is not going to be that well developed because I haven't been through that situation. I haven't lived through that situation. But then after I lived through that situation, I had a whole greater understanding of that. Dr. Vinci. Let's goes why I said after the culture degree, I felt like I accomplished something great. The wisdom bill is easier for me because how it's worded. Well, it was easy for me because I had already went through the culture degree, the born degree, and the build degree. See, that's what I'm saying. Like when as soon as I saw the culture degree, like, whoa, you gotta get this on cap. But once you take on the big boys in there, you know what I'm saying? The big boys being the culture degree in the 1 and 14, the born degree in the 1 and 14, the build destroy degree in the 1 and 40. It's like this is what I do now. You know what I'm saying? I eat these for lunch, man. What you got there? A whole page? Yes. That's but like I said, these things you learn about yourself, about the capacity, especially when you're a child. You know what I'm saying? And you learn these things verbatim, just knowing that the capacity, your mental capacity is that great. These are all lessons that you learning that's not mentioned in the lessons. Then when you start you start uh drawing up the other lessons. You know what I'm saying? It was times where, brothers had other degrees, plus degrees and everything on cap. Well, yeah, Ramon Williams, see, this science is really for children. See, all this right here is just, practice for when we go out there into the world. You understand what I'm saying? And that's another thing that, I express on this channel is that, see, being that I got the knowledge as a child, I still, you know, I that's the way I learned to understand it as well. See, because like I said, I'm coming amongst men. You know what I'm saying? Like it's, brothers in their 30s and 40s. You know what I'm saying? That I'm coming around learning this from. So they speaking on things that, I got a literal understanding what they saying. But that understanding that you could only get, that understanding of what is wet that you can only get by jumping in the water, I didn't have that yet. And so a lot of these things, I had to learn how to break them down to a level where I could understand it. You know what I'm saying? And, those are the people that I deal with too, in terms of, when I'm teaching different things, whatever I'm doing. So, uh, you know, you gotta, any speaker, you know what I'm saying? Any teacher, whatever it is, you got to learn what's the easiest devices that you can use. You understand what I'm saying? What's the simplest ways that you can get things through to people, especially when you're dealing with people that got a short attention span. They easily led in the wrong direction and hard to be led in the right direction. To see when you out teaching kids, you don't have, you don't have 3 hours to be building with that, to be building with them. You know what I'm saying? You got a couple of minutes to say something that's going to grab their attention. And then even after you grab their attention, you got a couple of minutes before they remember that they was on the way to the park and they got to meet, Johnny, and then them and Johnny was going to play ball and they was going to do this and that and that. See, you got that period of time to not only tell him something, but tell him something that's going to make him go tell Johnny, yo, look, Johnny, before we go over there tomorrow, let's stop over there and check the guy. Now that is something there y'all mentioning that, yeah, a lot of lessons they repeat. They repeat some of the lessons repeat a lot inside the degree, and then you got lessons like the first degree in the 1 to 14 and the third degree in the 1 to 14, where you really got to apply your Brownsville method of repeatedly going through it, for years, months, and days, because you always gonna get, not every time I'm saying, but you catch yourself having to differentiate those. Well, I said my favorite degree is the culture degree because it was the first one that challenged me. I can never forget that one. 11 and knowledge degree in 1 to 14 is definitely my favorite. All right, yeah, Dr. Vinci is. You definitely you missed quite a bit today. Just says favorite degree is the 11th in the 1 to 14 and the 10th in the 1 to 40. VCR, you finally ready to admit LeBron is the greatest? You know, VCR, man. Oh yeah, no, VCRs are Michael Jordan. VCRs are negative. Who you talking about, man? I thought me and you already decided. Didn't me and you already decide that 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 LeBron is the greatest? The GOAT? Hold on, let's get a little survey going right here. What's everybody's favorite degree? I think I said what my favorite degree on here is before. I think I said what my favorite degree. Does anybody remember my favorite degree? What's everybody put what's their favorite degree? Yeah, see, y'all know me better than I know myself, man. Knowledge degree in 110, man. Listen, if as long as you know that, you good. If listen, I don't care how long a person told me they haven't studied, you fell a victim and then you realized that was a mistake. You cannot forget the knowledge degree in the 110. Like that's just a doozy for me. See, because then you forgot who you are. You learn all this fire shit about W.F. Muhammad and Musa and Yakub. And see, people love all that. They love all that, yeah. The colored man and the black and the brown and the angel baby. Man, who are you? See, from that degree, all the other degrees, you know what I'm saying? All the other degrees come. You know what I'm saying? One is the highest number because all the rest of them come from one. West Coast Wise said the 11th degree in the 1 of 14, the 4th degree in the 1 of 14, and the first degree in the 1 of 10 is his favorite degrees. Justice said the 11th degree was drilled into me when I was young because I always got put in the hot seat for getting into trouble. I mean, I stayed with, the high seat was like, I mean, I understand in particular, it is in particular, the temperature, can be turned way up. But basically, man, I was in the hot seat, man, the whole time. You know what I'm saying? You know, we was like, I don't know what kind of, what would be a good example, but we was the type that, you know, we was just loose with the sword, where look, anybody could get it, or any day, if we don't find somebody, then we go at each other with whatever, you know what I'm saying? Uh, but we was like a lion's den, man. You know what I'm saying? Where uh, you know, little kids is vicious. You gotta remember that's a factor in that time. that little kids, you know how little kids would tease each other about something, man, that, you know, you're like, oh man, why would you tease them about that? You gotta remember there's that effect when you got all, you know, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We vicious. Everybody. As soon as you pop up, man, how you see today's mathematics? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the like I said, the first day that, you know, I stepped into the cipher, it was, you know, yeah, what you know, or you know that? All right, let's hear it. You know what I'm saying? Word, oh yeah, how you see that? Manifest. And everywhere where I went for at least 2 weeks, brothers could be talking about anything. They could be talking like we walk over there, they talking about you know, the Knicks. Bro, walk up, yo, greet the newborn right here. Oh, you God? That's listen. As soon as somebody, and then like I said, you know, the knowledge wasn't in all these places at that time. So everybody around here know everybody that's God. So as soon as somebody, oh, he's God. Oh yeah, we got to go through. You know what I'm saying? So that was like you know, that was my experience in it, or part of my experience in it. You know, but like I said too, you know, don't just, you know, take it for that part. You know, understand also that that was where that was where the camaraderie was founded. You know what I'm saying? That was where you met your brothers at. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, for those of us, like I said, the people who like practice, for the people that like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm gonna go up to the cipher. Yeah, I got something. I'm about to drop this on the brothers. You understand what I'm saying? For the people, you know, that was, you know, to this day, the brothers that I was in those ciphers with, those were my closest brothers. You understand what I'm saying? You know, that was where, you know, I'm a product of that environment. You understand what I'm saying? That was where, you know, you learn to think on your feet. You know what I'm saying? The critical thinking skills, you know, public speaking, just different things that, you know, I went on to you know, use different tools that I got, you know, from doing that, you know, I was able to use to be successful in other walks of life, other ciphers, you know what I'm saying, that I went into. You know what I mean? That was, you know, most of the brothers that you see, we products of that. You know what I'm saying? The cipher was where, you know, that was one of the reasons why it was an unbroken chain of, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, you know, you got brothers that's, you know, here, there, whatever. But at that time, it was like, yo, it was constantly brothers that, okay, say we in high school. So at the end of the year, you got certain brothers that graduate, but then you got new brothers that come in. You see what I mean? And so the next, you know, group of brothers step up, and now they the brothers that's, you know, giving out, you know, certain knowledge. They drop in certain things, and then you got a new brothers that's coming in learning, and you got everything in between. So, you know, that was you know, one of the ways, you know, when people say, yo, you know, why was it so strong from one time to another time? It was because of those ciphers. You know what I'm saying? You know, that was where you learn how to show and prove. You see what I'm saying? That was where you learn that, you know, you got to know every square inch of the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, happen to, you know, when you in the cipher, when you come into school and there's 25 or 30 people in the cipher, right? And everybody's building, and then, you know, once you quote the lesson, right? Now everybody gotta go through their understanding. You know what I'm saying? And when somebody says what you was going to say. And now you gotta think on your feet right now and come up, all of these things is how you start to dig into the degree, right? And really get an understanding. You know what I'm saying? And when you started to um, distinguish yourself in those ciphers, that's when, you know, you got to where a brother, what I'm saying, that was a little bit older, whoever was, or those group of brothers that was really, you know, uh, the prime movers, guy. You know what I'm saying? The best knowers amongst the cipher, that's when you would get invited to their rest. Like, yo, guy, we about to roll out, man. You know what I'm saying? We talking about we kids, so we going to, be in front of somebody's house or something. You know what I'm saying? Yo, guy, what you doing tomorrow? Yo, call me in the morning. Yo, we gonna roll over there. You know what I'm saying? You call the guy, yeah, guy, meet me at my rest. You going to rest. He got a box of lessons, degrees on everything from prana to, history, whatever. Here, God, read some of these. You understand what I mean? That was all of that was a part of, how the men got separated from the boys and the guys got separated from the men was being in them ciphers. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, when people tell the stories, because it was a lot of, funny things that happened. When the temperature got turned up, there was a lot of funny things that happened. You know what I'm saying? So we recall those events fondly. I recall, lots of things. Like I said, when you walk into a cipher and your name is Knowledge, and you walk out and your name is Captain Kirk, that's the story behind that is funny. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was it. That was a hot seat date. You understand what I'm saying? But don't forget that that's where through that hell. You know what I'm saying? That's where the love came out right. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't, always just turn wrong. It's where the love came out right, man. Uh, yeah, well, see, Firstborn Prince, that was another that was another ball of wax. Right? You know what I'm saying? Uh, see, first of all, uh, you know, uh, you have to be on your toes at all times because see, he was a person that he learned very fast. He learned very fast. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why he's the firstborn because he learned like that. Like if you tell him something, he, you know what I'm saying, and he had a lot of things on cap. At just 120, he had a lot of things on cap. You know what I'm saying? And so, yo, Queen Medina, I see. Uh, uh, and if you didn't pick up fast, you didn't have too many times to do that. You didn't have too many times to, it wasn't a whole lot of repetition. You know what I'm saying? And if it was, you had to at least show that you was learning some of it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you came back and you was like, yo, God, remember we was dealing with that science. What was that part? See, now you show them that you learned it. You know what I'm saying? Because, or if you come back, yo, God, you said this, but what about that? Yeah, we go through those cycles. You know what I'm saying? But even with that, he was somebody who was very impatient. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people got cursed out. See, my blessing always amongst all the older brothers, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of brothers was, But see, the thing was, I always was teaching. You know what I'm saying? I always had somebody else that I was bringing around that was just coming to the knowledge. So see, uh, brothers was generous with the knowledge with me because they knew I was going to be generous with it. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of you're talking about somebody that just had uh, you know, of Mount Everest, of just data, man, just knowledge, on cat. You know what I'm saying? The science of almost everything. You know what I'm saying? Uh, he was able to analyze it. You know what I'm saying? You talking about somebody that, it wasn't just 120. You know what I'm saying? It was, physics, chemistry, all of these different things like that. You know, you had to be able to go to those levels. You know what I'm saying? And you definitely, uh, you had to be able to speak the language. You know what I'm saying? But with him, uh, it was the fast lane. You know what I'm saying? It was just one of the things where it was the fast lane. Like if you can't drive fast, get in the slow lane. You know what I'm saying? Just once said, with me, it was more so older brothers that put it to me like this: if you God, you live it out. Don't be doing embellishment and coming in the name of Allah. Mathematics over everything. Indeed, yeah, that was the thing. Uh, that's just another. That's an individual thing. Like I said, when you deal with time and you deal with the context of the time, you know what I'm saying? Uh, we was as a nation, we have matured to the level, you know what I'm saying, where we understood the consequences, right, of what we was doing. So like when I say, look, you gotta understand what you build because it could destroy you. You see what I'm saying? And if you notice, that degree born now is knowledge, which is the degree that y'all talking about. You see what I'm saying? So we still had to graduate through that level at the time. You know what I'm saying? So at that time, coming amongst the guys was, you could experience everything from the highest to the lowest. Like literally anything can happen. Anything. You know what I'm saying? Like it's time people walked up and gave us money. Like 85%. They didn't even know. Just walked up and just gave us money. You know what I'm saying? Other days, it wasn't such a pretty picture. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, but I definitely know what you're saying. That's something that we matured into. You know what I'm saying? Like when I got the knowledge, the nation was still in its 20s, early 20s. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at that. That's a certain aspect. See, if you get the knowledge when the nation is in its 40s and 50s, this is all the experience that the nation have. These is things that we've been through 2 Qurans to be able to say we know how knowledge goes to born when this is the seed right here. When this is the knowledge, we know what that borns. You know what I'm saying? If you start doing this, we know the outcome. You know what I'm saying? There was things that we didn't understand what we was building, but we lived and we learned. Uh, yeah, there's a lot of us. I like to think we heavy hitters, West Coast wise. The brothers that either French taught or they in the on that tree. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons is because to be around them, You know what I'm saying? You was gonna have to do, either your memory capacity had to be crazy, you know what I'm saying, or you was gonna have to do some research, you know what I'm saying, or you was gonna have to know some things, or whatever the case may be. You understand what I'm saying? You know, well, I never learned Arabic 793rd. That was actually one of our, we used to he used to curse me out about that. Let's keep it 100. That I never wanted to learn Arabic. My thing was, listen, I'm out here, I'm building with the people my age, and none of them speak Arabic. So what do I need to, I don't, at the time, my arrogance is that, listen, man, I don't want to read the Quran. Like, we're not Muslims, so what I need to read that for? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that was one of the things that we he used to curse me out about. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of them things where as time went on, we didn't just have a teacher-student relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like, it got to the point where this is just my dude right here. You know what I'm saying? So when he'd say something, I say something back. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody can do that. Not saying I was the only one, but I'm just saying not everybody can do that. Supreme Man said you got to give it away to keep it. Indeed, you know what I'm saying. Uh, and just in order to, which some people maybe you don't think like that, but in order to live on, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have to give. You know what I mean? If it's physically, you gotta add something on. You gotta add something from yourself on to that existence that's gonna be a new child. You know, physically, but then also mentally. You see what I'm saying? Because both gotta exist mentally as well as physically. Yeah, you could, your DNA might still be rolling on, but you just an anonymous code. You just an anonymous code of matter or something. Don't nobody know who you is. You understand what I'm saying? Like right now, if they find a body on the side of the road, yeah, they could take the DNA and put it in a sequence and yeah, this is, but don't nobody know who you was. Because see, just that DNA don't make you. You understand what I mean? Just like they come out with the new, what's that new field they talk about? In fact, Born Mastermind talk about epigenetics, which deals with how your DNA and their genes and everything, how they react in whatever environment that they in. You know what I'm saying? So just, you passed on your DNA, but yeah, that's just an anonymous sequence of matter. You understand what I'm saying? Just like this chair right here is a sequence of matter. They could break down the molecular structure, right, of this chair, of all the materials that this chair, you know what I'm saying, that they could draw it up. If you ever been to chemistry class, they tell you, look, this compound right here, yeah, this salt. Yeah, this compound over here, yeah, this is one of the compounds in wood. You understand what I'm saying? When y'all talking about the alkaline water and all that and all the different electrolytes and all that stuff, that's what y'all talking about. But you just being an anonymous dude, you understand what I mean, that pass on DNA, right? That's not, you know, that's not living on to the fullest of your potential. You see what I'm saying? But this was a good live. We ran a little bit long. I'm about to go get me some food. I told you I was a bike. I was on the bike today. I did about I think I was a little less than 12 miles. Like when I looked it up, I had did like 11 miles, and then I rode a little bit more. So I got like somewhere between 11 and 12. Let me go replenish my electrolyte. Nobody didn't answer me. Is this alkaline water? The smart water? Can y'all see that? Is that alkaline? They charge me. They charge me $2.50 for this. It's not alkaline, and they charge me $2.50. Wait, Gina's Germ said it's alkaline. I gotta Google it. Oh, let me Google it. Y'all trying to throw me off, man. Yeah, man. It says smart water is 9. The pH is 9. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody tested it for real. Oh man, they faked me out. It's 4.5. Why did it say 9 over there? See how they do? Oh, there's smart water. Smart water has an alkaline. It has an alkaline. It has an alkaline line. Like this is not the right kind of the. You got to get the alkaline smart water. The pH is not. Hmm. 52 fake me out. You see? Nah, I ain't no tofu. I tell you that right now. Tofu's out. They were trying to get me to eat tofu. They been trying to get me to eat tofu for 37 years. Ain't no tofu. You gotta get Fiji. Firstborn you heard. Nah, I didn't meet firstborn you heard. Be Righteous said they scammed us in Richmond. Who was the founder of Air Like Repels and Under Like Attracts. Hmm. We've been through that one before. Let's see if y'all recall that one real quick before we be out. Who was the founder of Air Like Repels, Under Like Attracts? Operation of private plantation said a lot of waters claim they are alkaline, like Essentia said it's 9.5, but it ain't. It's all a gimmick. Hmm. West Coast Wise said, I've been a vegan for almost 8 years and I don't mess with tofu. Queen Medina said, soy equal male breasts. Yeah. I know about the soy. It brings out estrogen. The lower pHs is good for cleaning, 793. Yeah, no, I don't want no tofu. Go all the way Hotep and get an environmentally safe YouTube channel. See, one thing about me, I like disinfecting things. So I use bleach and all that type of stuff that ain't environmentally safe, as they say. We got one answer came in the room at the bottom down here, Supreme Man. Yeah, I guess we talk about nutrition, man. They 52 fake me out with this word over here. I don't know what they charged me 250 for. It says purely balanced pH. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I need to go get my money back. Oh, yeah, look at Supreme Man. See, I knew it was a shot in there coming. Supreme Man said, hey, the founder is the 10% and the 5% dealing with tofu. According to the book of medicine, tofu is waste. It should not be eaten. Hmm, didn't know that. Kareem said, what talking about the pH, what about the plastic content? Indeed, that's another whole factor. That's another whole factor. What they call it, the phthalates, the phthalates, what they call it, the PCBs and all that stuff that's in the plastic. Yeah, that's slowly poisoning us too. Yeah, the BPA, that's yeah. 793rd said, according to them, a certain pH also doesn't allow virus to grow on contact, and one can definitely take that with a grain of salt and self-study along with the mosquito repellent claims. Yeah, listen, man. That's one thing that they definitely have. Uh, they've been able to infiltrate the food supply at a level that's really right. The Voss water that comes in the glass bottle. That's it. My daughter always got that Voss water. Voss is the word. Man, Q Dog is on the Voss water. I don't know, man. See, I just been wanting to try out the alkaline water because everybody keep talking about it. I didn't even, I was drinking water. I mean, look. Let me tell y'all another thing about the days, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure SW, man. We should drink out the fire hydrant. I know that probably sounds crazy today, but once upon a time, we should drink straight out the faucet. Drink out, look, we should go. We didn't even get a cup. We should go to the bathroom, let the water run in our hand, and drink it out of our hand. Drink out the fire hydrant. So to me, all this time I thought water was water. I think all this time I've been thinking water was water. Now all of a sudden, y'all hit me with this. Y'all hit me with this new stuff. Like, what's this, man? Is this some kind of new math or something? Tommy Robinson, you remember those days too? Yeah, hey, look. See, Queen Medina said, man, look. He said, if you drink New York City fire hydrant water, you are immune to COVID-19. That's what I'm trying to like. Listen, I've already been tested, man. I've already listen. Right, fly afraid. I drank out the fire hose. I mean, the water hose that be in the garden. You should drink out of there. Yeah, for you to survive childhood back in the days, you had to be made of some tough stuff, man. you, if you were sickly, you probably wasn't gonna make it, man. Pretty man say he called day, But listen, man. So yeah. When people talking about alkaline water, like, what was that? Can I get some of that? But so far, I mean, I think what it is too. I have never like I've had it before, but you know how especially when it comes to stuff with your diet, you got to do it for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just not eat pork one time a week. You know what I'm saying? Or you stopped eating pork last year. You need time for these things to take effect depending on what it is. Pig is going to take you a long time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how long this alkaline water takes to get in effect. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna try it out, man. I think I gotta get the machine though because this stuff be crazy, man. I told you I went to the store and man told me like 300, told me like $3.50 for a bottle of water. I don't think it was this big. It was the Essentia water. It's like what? And I didn't think about it at the time. I just put it back and I got the regular Deer Park water. Which, by the way, I was reading something that said Deer Park is 7.8. So it's kind of alkaline. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah, I don't know how, but we're gonna try it out. How long is it supposed to take before it works? Supreme Man says, see, air like repels is somebody with knowledge who don't want to be around because they don't personify God in actions. And unlike the track, there's an 85% who does righteous deeds without having the knowledge. Oh, you got the filter, Supreme Man. How much is the filter? D. Christian said a fire hydrant used to be the hood Six Flags. It did though. What you said, Queen Medina, I heard people in Africa is not affected by COVID. Nah, they got it over there. They, for at first it wasn't there, but it's because they isolated. New York. One of the reasons it hit here so hard is because it's a tourist place. You know what I'm saying? You got people flying in, out. You know what I'm saying? And who knows who they got exposed to when they was wherever they was. Supreme Man, so you got the filter 793. The filter costs thousands. Live fresh from the Providence plantation said the machines down loop to make alcohol, so it's really expensive like that. All right, so Tommy Robinson said it takes roughly 3 days. So you do 3 days of drinking the regular. You do 3 days of drinking the regular like eight glasses a day. Smart water is made by Coca-Cola. They must got that down in the fine print. I guess it says the Glacio, Black Cow. Is that a Coca-Cola brand? They don't say bottled by Coca-Cola, but you know how these companies be. They'll own it behind the scenes. They don't say Coca-Cola on it. Infused distilled water is probably the best. If you follow what they say, you end up eating nothing, just walking in the supermarket and turning around. Hmm. Yeah, see, Mr. Spock, remember that too. The fire hydrant water, when you just was out in the court, you know what I'm saying, playing ball or whatever, and you go up the steps through the little playground right there over to the corner where the hydrant is. The water tastes like Kool-Aid. The glass milk looking bottle with the orange top was 11 pH water. Hmm. So the Kagan cost thousands. I see. That's the first place it really got popping. Supreme Man was up there in like New Rochelle. It was in New Rochelle. It was all around, but New Rochelle is where it took some kind of effect that yeah, that's when they started locking down the city, when it got real bad over there. That was one of the first places they locked down in New Rochelle. Supreme Man. 4,000. Yeah. Your Mars Queen Medina, your old Earth got one for 7,000. I'm saying it's there. All right, Tommy Robinson said vitamins usually take 3 days. How much did your mom pay for hers? 4,000 Alchem Salon? I mean, is this stuff like what, is there somebody like 150 now that's been drinking this water? So like 4,000. But yo, let me get up out of here, man, and hit this restaurant. Like I said, I gotta replenish. I gotta replenish my nutrients from my 11-mile bike ride today. You know what I'm saying? This was a good class right here. We freestyled a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But we hit our topics like we usually do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that made it this far, do the each one teach one. Hit the like button if you're new to the channel. Subscribe. Hit the notification button if you want to know when we coming on live. You know, we come on live most days, but at different times. Tomorrow, we will be in effect. Make sure you keep in mind that Thursdays at 7 is Sunya Civilization class. And we're gonna say peace.